Dank u wel voor uw verhaal.
Thank you very much for your story. You're most welcome, Your Honor.
Nog even blijven zitten.
Shall I take my seat?
Tekst overhandigd.
Yes, please be
Dank u
seated.
wel.
Thank you very much. I'm just receiving a copy of your statement.
Ja, we zullen de tekst opnemen in het dossier. Ja, die vroeger.
Now, this text will, of course,
Zijn we nu klaar?
be placed in the case
Dank
file.
voor uw verhaal.
Now, as I said,
De eerste
I want to thank you for having shared your story with us.
Dat zal iedere keer
You are indeed the first
maken
relative to address the court, and of
We
course,
gaan nu de zitting
what you
onderbreken
said
voor een half
remains
uur.
with
We gaan
us.
nu een verbinding gaan maken met Australië.
Now,
Daarvoor zijn
we're
wat
going to take
technische
a break
aanpassingen nodig.
for 30 minutes because we're now going to connect with Australia and we need to just adjust our technical setup. So we shall return at 11:20. Thank you.
gang. Neem de plaats. Goed, de zitting wordt hervat. En als het goed is, dan wordt er een verbinding met Australië tot stand gebracht. En we wachten even tot dat in beeld verschijnt. Goedemorgen, of moet ik zeggen goedenavond.
Good morning, or should I say good evening?
Ik zie dat er een verbinding is met Australië hier in de zittingszaal. En kunt u de rechtbank ook zien en horen?
I see there's a connection with the court hearing room. Can you see the court and hear the court?
Yes.
Goed, nou dat betekent dat er een goede verbinding tot stand is gekomen. En wat nu wordt gezegd wordt vertaald door een tolk, zodat we steeds even moeten wachten tot het moment dat de tolk klaar is.
So that means we have a good connection with Australia. Whatever you say will be interpreted by the interpreter, so we have to wait a few seconds.
Ik heet u welkom hier in de rechtbank op het justitieel complex in Schiphol in Nederland.
I'd like to welcome you here in the Netherlands, the judicial complex.
En u gaat zo meteen gebruik maken van uw recht om in de strafzaak MH17 te spreken.
We're going to exercise your right to address the court in the criminal case MH17.
En u heeft door de ramp bij de MH17 dierbaren verloren.
You lost loved relatives, loved ones, because of the disaster of the MH17.
En u mag vertellen wat dat verlies voor u betekent, welke gevolgen dat heeft gehad en nog steeds heeft. En u mag ook zeggen wat u van deze strafzaak vindt.
And you can address the court and tell us what the disaster has meant to you, what the impact and the consequences have been, and how you feel about the criminal case.
Neemt u rustig de tijd om uw verhaal te vertellen. De rechtbank begrijpt dat dat moeilijk kan zijn, daarom krijgt u er ook de tijd voor. We gaan geen vragen aan u stellen, we gaan naar u luisteren.
Please take your time. The court understands that this can be very tough, very difficult. So take your time. We're not going to ask you any questions. We're just going to listen to you.
Ik geef eerst het woord aan uw advocaat hier in de zittingszaal en uw advocaat zal u introduceren.
First, I shall give the floor to your legal counsel here in the court hearing room, and she will introduce you.
Geachte voorzitter, geachte leden van de rechtbank, geachte officieren van justitie. Graag vaak uw aandacht voor Vanessa en James Risk. Zij wonen in Australië en oefenen het spreekrecht uit in het Engels via een live verbinding.
Members of the court, President of the court, public prosecutors, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to draw your attention to Vanessa and James Risk. They're speaking to us from Australia and are exercising their right to address the court.
Vanessa en James Risk zijn hun moeder en vader, Marie en Albert Risk, verloren bij de ramp met de MH17.
Vanessa and James Risk have lost their mother and their father, Marie and Albert, as a consequence of the disaster with MH17.
Zij spreken namens zichzelf en eerst zal Vanessa het woord tot u richten en daarna James.
They will be speaking on their own behalf. First, Vanessa will address you, and then James.
Ik geef nu Vanessa het woord.
I'm giving the floor to Vanessa.
It has been just over 7 years since our beloved parents, Albert and Marie Elizabeth Risk, were stolen from us. They were coming back from a well-deserved holiday. It was a holiday that was filled with joy, laughter, new experiences, and friendship. They both were excited to come home to their children, friends and family, and tell us all about their holiday. As we now know, the holiday that they worked so hard for would be overshadowed by the biggest tragedy our family has ever had to endure. Albert and Marie Elizabeth Risk, alongside 296 civilians and flight crew, boarded flight MH17 innocently, unaware, and enthusiastically. In a quick moment, it was all gone. Gone in the worst way possible. My parents, two innocent, loving, and good Samaritans, were killed up in the sky. The perpetrators being accused today have not been convicted yet for their murderous act. They deserve punishment for their heinous action that changed my life dramatically. Just over 7 years since July 17, 2014, I reflect on the day I found out we had lost our parents forever. A day that turned into years of what I would describe as going through the motions while in a state of limbo. I awoke at 4:30 a.m. to a phone call from my mum's friend about a plane crash and a suggestion to turn on the news. I quickly turned on the TV. There it was, an aircraft that was burning in a field of sunflowers, but still no clarity. The image was, and still is, instilled in my head as I flicked through numerous TV channels, only to see the same burning aircraft. It resembled a movie set, not a real-life scenario. I had only just received a message from my dad a few hours earlier. The message stated that they were at the airport awaiting to board their flight. I called my dad. He did not answer. I was aware that our friends were with them, so I called them immediately and felt relieved when they picked up their phone. This was a good sign, right? I felt shock when they reminded me that they were not on the same flight as my parents. My instinct had me highly concerned, but I held it together the best that I could. We sat on my brother's bed and watched the news with no confirmation whether or not my parents were on flight MH17. I remember feeling numb. At around 8 a.m. that day, our family friend came to my brother and I and confirmed what we had dreaded those few hours that cold early morning. They were indeed on the flight manifest, and they were confirmed passengers. They were gone just like that. Not even 1 hour later, the media was on the phone asking me to confirm if Albert and Marie Elizabeth Risk were on flight MH17. That was the moment I realised our loss was the knowledge of the world. I remember thinking to myself, how do I even answer that? How would the perpetrators answer that if it was their loved ones? How would they feel if their life was caught up in a political nightmare that their country wasn't even involved in? How would Putin and his corrupt Russian government answer that? I still cannot fathom that our family is caught up in a frustrating and deadly political crisis. Politics that my parents did not choose to be a part of. Yet they were dealt a consequence that ended their life in an instant. It took 5.5 weeks for our parents to make it back to Australia. Unfortunately, they did not come back the way they or we had envisioned. For me and my brother, those 5 long weeks were filled with DNA testing, invasive but necessary questions from the Australian government and federal police officials, intrusive media propaganda and harassment. Our parents' faces were stamped all over the news and social media without our approval or consent. There were conspiracies, there were dread, and there was a terrible image in my mind of our parents' bodies lying in a field somewhere on the other side of the world, along with the image of them being incarcerated in the sky. Sorry, incinerated in the sky. One humble consequence was the inundated love and thoughts we were sent from people all over the world, who were also in great disbelief that a civilian aircraft was shot out of the sky. Those people's words were kind and generous, but it made my parents' death even harder to believe, as it felt surreal. For those whose intentions were genuine, some we know and some we don't, thank you. As my brother will go on to tell next, the most unfortunate situation of not knowing where their bodies were led to us feeling lucky, as they were repatriated from Amsterdam to our country as promptly as they were. I am aware not all passengers' families got their loved ones back. I sincerely send my love to them. Myself, my brother, our family and friends, we stuck together. We were a united force, and I look fondly on the support we received, as it was a testament to the legacy of our parents. Albert Risk, a wise, intelligent human whose passion was contagious, a man who worked harder than anybody for his family, but would do anything to ensure all of his loved ones were looked after. He was generous and he was hilarious. We laughed often. He was a father who taught me to have a voice and show determination and integrity in all that I do and all that I strive for. Marie Elizabeth Risk. Was the warmest, kind and approachable human. Her love and sparkle allowed everyone who was in her circle to feel held, supported and connected. A woman whose laugh and presence resembled sunshine. A mother who did everything for her children and taught me that I was capable of anything that I ever wanted to do in life, especially when I didn't believe in myself. It was increasingly clear how loved and cherished they were and how much they impacted those who loved them. We were lucky to be their children, as it meant we were loved and cared for by those who loved and cared for them. Despite this, the burden was and still is heavy. Grieving in front of the world brings pressure and expectation. The constant state of worry and anxiety about the next tragic circumstance occurring is an embedded way of thinking for me now. The constant and random triggers are around often. I have to remind myself to breathe. July 17, 2014 has turned into a 7-year repetitive, emotional, numb roller coaster ride I wouldn't wish on my own worst enemy. The highs, the lows, the feeling where your stomach drops in shock, the anxiety and the tears. A roller coaster where the bends are sharp and invasive, but you have no choice but to try and breathe through them. The jilts of the ride hurt terribly. And when you feel you can take a breath of fresh air, you are reminded of the ride you're on. All you want to do is close your eyes and go back to safe ground, but your new reality is that you can't. You are restricted and you are stuck. So you find the safe people to hop on the ride with you. You have no ability to navigate the direction, the speed, or the route it takes. It is the worst ride. You realise pretty quickly that it may never stop. You have to try really hard every day to find something positive about the journey it takes you on. You have to accept that the people that should be with you are not. We are still on the ride, and speaking today empowers my dear brother and I to regain some control and remind the world about our parents, Albert and Marie. However, let me make this clear. The damage the ride has created is unimaginable. The damage the perpetrators have created is unimaginable. The things in my life that should be easy never are. There has been no choice but for me to learn to live with their death. Just like the perpetrators being trialed today gave my parents no choice to live. The united force of love still remains around me. However, most of our family and friends get to go home to their completed family. James, myself, and my husband do not have this privilege, and we never will again. I feel we were robbed of so many experiences with our parents. Our families have been robbed of Albert and Marie's living presence. My 2-month-old son, Patrick Albert, has been robbed of his grandparents' love, kindness, and sunshine. Patrick will never feel my mum's selfless love, feel cuddles, see her smile, or hear her laugh. Patrick will never be guided, look up to, or hear my dad's wise words or humour. I made a promise, though, that the values, love, and integrity that they instilled in my brother and I growing up would always shine through. I will teach Patrick and my future children all about how wonderful and inspiring his grandparents were. He will still feel their love just like I do when I think of them, every single day. In the court of law, there is always a consequence when taking the life of another person. The perpetrators being accused today are being trialed for 298 lives. It is now time for a conviction. I plead to the court that the victims and their families now receive justice. To the perpetrators, 7 years ago, you broke up my family in the worst way imaginable. 7 years on, I am determined that you will never ever break my spirit and capacity to live and love just as my dear parents would have wanted me to. Thank you.
Dank u voor uw verhaal.
Thank you for your statement.
En dan geven we nu het woord aan uw broer.
Give the floor to your brother.
Goedenavond. Als u zover bent, dan kunt u gaan spreken.
Kunt spreken.
On the 17th of July 2014, I woke up to the news that was really unimaginable. Four weeks earlier, my parents, Albert and Marie Risk, were lucky enough to travel around Europe with some special friends, something that they worked their whole lives for. I was in constant contact, receiving regular photo updates, selfies and humorous stories of what they had been up to. They were living the life that all Australians dream of, working hard and enjoying the holidays that they earned. Myself and Vanessa still lived at our family home in Sunbury, which is on the outskirts of Melbourne. A few months earlier, I had my 21st birthday and Vanessa was 22. The night before they boarded the flight MH17, I tried to get in contact with them to confirm which flight they were on. I had no response, so they must have already boarded the plane. It was early Friday morning in Melbourne, and I had received a call from a friend telling me to turn on the news. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. A civilian aircraft had been shot down and the wreckage displayed all over the world news. I called Vanessa and we both didn't know what flight they were on. It felt like 3 hours until we got the confirmation, and so many emotions were running through my body. I remember shaking uncontrollably and not being able to say the words that were coming to my mind. After the constant phone calls from friends, family, the media, all of this did not seem real. I remember clearly taking a few moments to myself and reality sank in. My parents had just been murdered. There is no other way to put it. One day I was at work and everything was normal. The next, myself and family are pictured all over the news outlets and being inundated with calls and messages from people we had never met. I was just a 21-year-old from Sunbury. How could this happen? This is something that I struggled with for quite some time. I wasn't able to do the things that I wanted because I thought people would either treat me differently or act in a certain way because of what happened. The days after, it really sank in how much of an impact this unimaginable act of evil had. With calls from the Prime Minister and the Governor General, to name a few, but we were immediately in talks with the Federal Police and getting updated with what the next steps would be. My number one priority was knowing how my parents' bodies would be getting back home. The police had a number of inhumane conversations with us regarding the next steps and things that you would think you would never have to consider. Firstly, the identification of the bodies, matching enough DNA to make sure that they have identified the right person. Asking whether we wanted to be notified, whether they had just identified only one parent, knowing full well that the trauma of this event was a strong possibility that they might not identify them at all. Telling us that there was a possibility that our parents won't be fully intact, meaning they might only identify a body part, an arm or a leg. Conversations that you would never want to hear about your parents, the people that you love, and the people that loved you. I will never forget those conversations and how the talking about the trauma of your parents' bodies just became the new normal. And also trying not to think about the bodies lying all over a field in Ukraine. It was a long 5 weeks until they got identified and repatriated. The longest 5 weeks of my life. As horrible as it was, I think we were one of the lucky families as they came home intact and were able to have a funeral, which allowed some normality in a bizarre situation that we found ourselves in. Having such a big extended family, myself and Vanessa were lucky enough to have so many friends and family around to support us as soon as it happened. Dad having 2 brothers and 1 sister, and Mum having 3 sisters and 2 brothers, there was no shortage of advice and contact. And sometimes it can get a bit overwhelming trying to make sure that you are doing the right thing on behalf of the family as the next of kin. As everyone is grieving, I feel like I have a huge weight on my shoulders to make sure that we are doing the right thing by everyone. Having just started working with my dad in early 2014, I was looking forward to many years of learning, growing, and building a working relationship with him. Almost every day I have someone from our community telling me a story that they had with my dad, of how much of an impact that he had on their lives. Stories that I love hearing about, but it also reminds me of what I've lost. The legacy that he has built in the community is something that inspires me to work hard and is the reason why I do what I do every day. My mother was the most beautiful human I will ever know. She made so many sacrifices for me and her family and never put herself first. Always helping others and making sure her loved ones were looked after. Whether I'm driving in a car, with my friends or in my workplace, there is a stage every day where I think about Mum and Dad. I think how different my life would be if they were still here. They did not deserve to get murdered. They should have been with us, witnessing so many monumental occasions with their family and friends, watching their daughter get married, and most recently being there for their first grandchild being born. Grieving in a public forum from an event like this is not easy, and certainly not normal. My parents' lives and death, which is normally very private, suddenly became the world's property. Those close to me know I'm not the most open person, but it's something that I have been working on and getting help with for a number of years. It has certainly impacted some of the relationships that I've had with people, and it's something that I work on every day. It's something that I've learned to live with. People often ask me, has anyone been convicted? Has anything happened with the trial? My response is often a cliche of, it's still being investigated, or what will be, will be. The reality is, we may never have a conclusion or complete closure on who murdered Mum and Dad. And the frustrating part for me are the powers holding the conclusion of this trial back. Everyone can see the sheer arrogance of Russia, the misinformation from Russia, the lack of acknowledgement of any involvement from Russia, and their blunt denials. It just baffles me how the perpetrators killed so many innocent people who had nothing to do with their dispute. The bully mentality that bigger countries have over smaller ones should have no place in this world. We may never have clarity on the circumstances of what happened on July 17, 2014, just questions of why. To the perpetrators, you killed my parents, but I will not allow you to ruin my life as well. It's what my mum and dad would have wanted. The extremely loving and selfless individuals, which are the sheer contrast to the hate and evil that killed them. Although it won't bring my parents back, it's time to judge the guilty and for those to take responsibility. Thank you.
Ik bedank ook u voor uw verhaal. Het verhaal van u beiden is hier goed gehoord. We hebben naar u geluisterd. Uw advocaat zal nu de papieren versie van de gesproken tekst overhandigen.
We thank you for your story too. Your story was well heard and we listened, and your counsel will now submit the written version to us.
Ik overhandig u hierbij de spreekrechtverklaringen van Vanessa en James Risk en verzoek u deze toe te voegen aan het strafdossier.
I now submit the written statements of the right to address the court of Vanessa and James Ritz, and I ask you to add these to the file.
Dank u wel.
Thank you.
Ja, uw verklaringen zijn nu ook overhandigd aan de rechtbank en zullen we in het dossier voegen.
Your statements have now been submitted to the court and will be added to the file.
Ik dank u nogmaals en ik wens u het beste en veel sterkte.
I thank you once again and wish you all the best, and I hope you will be able to cope. Thank you.
Dan zal de verbinding nu worden verbroken.
We will now
Goedenavond.
disconnect.
Dan gaan wij nu over naar spreker in de zaal.
Ja, ik zal mijn cliënt ophalen bij de deur. Ja.
Goedemiddag, neemt u plaats.
Good afternoon. Please take a seat.
Zo, neemt u plaats.
Please be seated.
Goedemiddag.
Good afternoon.
Ik heet u welkom hier in
Welcome
het justitieel complex.
to the courtroom
U gaat zometeen gebruik maken
in the
van
judicial complex.
uw recht om in
You will be shortly exercising your right to speak in this criminal trial. You lost 3 loved ones in MH17,
dat dat verlies voor u betekent.
and you'll be telling us what
Gevolgen daarvan.
that means to you and the consequences of it, and what the remaining consequences still are. And you will also perhaps be telling us what you think of this case. Please speak in your own time.
Ja, maar begrijp dat dat moeilijk
The court understands it is difficult or may be difficult.
is. Daar hebben we tijd voor.
Please take your time.
Vragen gesteld, we gaan naar die
You will not be asked any questions. We will simply listen. You may sit or speak. You may sit or stand as you wish.
nader introduceren.
And your counsel will now introduce you.
Leden van de rechtbank, officieren van justitie.
Your Honour, members of the court,
Naast mij zitten
members of the prosecution.
Essers en zijn
Next to me is Mr. Sander Esses
partner. Essers is
and his
een
partner.
dierbare familie.
Mr. Esses lost 3 beloved people. His brother, Peter Esses,
Zijn schoonzus, Jolien,
his sister-in-law, Jolette Esses-Newsink,
hun kinderen, vader,
and their children,
17
Valentine, 17, and Emma, 19.
De heer Essers spreekt vandaag van
Mr. Esses is speaking in his own capacity today. Honourable members of the court, before I read my statement out, I'd like to start with a poem. What if I weren't so rational by nature? What if I had taken your fear and premonition seriously? What if I had believed the impossible was possible? What if I had said you should follow your heart? What if you had made a decision in your own interests for once? What if you'd flown a day or a week earlier or later? What if you actually had refused to board the plane? What if your wife and children had boarded it? What if the plane had been delayed because you wouldn't board? What if Putin and Poroshenko had got on better together? What if Ukraine had closed its airspace? What if... Well, I'll stop here because there's already been so much. What if Peter now phones and says, we've got to record the whole scene again? And I say, follow your feelings. What if I can't think of any other possibilities? What then? My statement falls into four main sections. Firstly, Peter S. is my brother. Then, everything that needed to happen. Next, my own situation. And then, a conclusion. My brother Peter, his wife Jolette, their two children, Emma and Valentine, were aboard the MH17 here. I'll be focusing today mostly on my brother, because I was closest to him and still feel that I'm close to him. It is tragic to me that Peter was never able to do what he was looking forward to for most of his life, what he'd worked hard for it for so long and was just about to start. It was in retirement that he was about to follow his great dream, sailing the seas, with his ultimate destination, Brazil. Peter had denied himself a lot. He always put family and work first. He didn't have it easy. He'd always worked hard and saved hard for later. And it's terrible that this later is no longer there for him. If anyone deserved to have some fun at last, sailing with his grandchildren, then he was. I still miss my brother every day. Peter supported me in difficult times. We were each other's best friends and mainstays. Sadly, there was never time to act on that close bond. But that was about to change, and we were looking forward to that. Sailing was his great passion. When he was 19, he built his own boat from a blueprint. Peter retired in 2013 and had fulfilled his long-term wish by buying a beautiful ocean-going yacht and had fully renovated it himself. And we were planning to sail the seas in it together, among other places to Brazil. We spent a lot of time together. The boat had just been fully renovated up in line with the highest safety standards. Peter was very big on safety. But first, Peter wanted to take a holiday with his family. Peter phoned me 20 minutes before boarding the plane. My brother had flown a lot for work, and he'd always told everyone that flying was the safest mode of travel. And in a gloomy voice he said to me, literally, Sander, I'm frightened that I'm not going to come back alive. Later he said, we're flying over a war zone. He was dead scared and asked me urgently whether or not he should board the plane. He had seen that they were going to fly. He had seen they were going to fly over East Ukraine and was very concerned, terrified And I felt I should reassure him. He urged me, above all else, to go on writing my songs. I often suddenly feel that I am partly to blame for his death. During that phone call, he twice put his fate in my hands. Peter must have spent the whole time on that plane tense and worried, and when the blow fell, he must have realized that his worst fear was coming true. I heard that some passengers may have been conscious for a few seconds after the attack. If so, it must have been an appalling consciousness. Thinking of that, and thinking that I didn't really take his premonition seriously, torments me. It keeps me awake at night. I also grieve for the lost lives of my niece Emma, trainee doctor, and my nephew Valentine, coming to the end of secondary school, a brilliant young lad, brilliant youngsters. Their potential has never come to fruition. And also my sister-in-law Yolette, who I greatly respected. Peter did without a lot for several years for their sakes. Now what needs to be done? A lot had to give so that I could support the rest of the family. But it was never enough. My girlfriend, Luce, has always been great support to me and does things that I neglect. The two of us have invested a lot of time and energy in practical things, such as commemoration to get-togethers, cremation ceremonies, clearing the house, finding a home for sentimental objects, selling chattels, the house, the boat, going through the computers, staying in touch with people. Dealings with the executor handling the will were difficult. Getting everyone to agree on the distribution of the estate, when the will and the nuptial agreement left room for several different interpretations. I myself am not an heir, because Peter's two daughters from his first marriage, I'm happy to say, are still with us. In the light of the executive position, I agreed to help my nieces Esther and Eva Essers secure their part of the estate. They've already got enough on their plate with the loss of their father, their sister, their brother, and their stepmother. I know that Peter would have fought tooth and nail for them. I have taken that task on myself. Despite all efforts, the distribution of the estate has still not been sorted out. We've had to get lawyers involved after a few years, and I'm sorry to say that that has not lifted the burden from my shoulders. Now something more about my situation, particularly the impact of all this on my own life. In June 2016, as part of the distribution, we had further talks with the executor in Wassenaar. On the way there, my car was hit hard from behind. This led to whiplash and long-term neck problems, headaches, and serious problems with concentration and memory. Going back in time, in 2007, when I was 56, I was made redundant at a reorganization of my university, and I simply couldn't find another job. At 59, I struck out in a new direction. I made my hobby into my job and followed a training in cabaret at the Paul van Vliet Academy. Time was short because my energy was limited, my best before date was looming because of my age. The target I set myself was to enter the commercial cabaret world round about the age of 65. I had to abandon this path, this training course, on the 17th of July 2014. On that afternoon, I was going to The Hague to house sit for Peter and Yolette for a week. On the 18th of July, the next day, I was due to finish the third year of my 4-year cabaret training course with a performance in a theatre in The Hague. I heard about the downing of the plane when I just arrived in The Hague in the afternoon of the 17th. I was stunned. But it was still difficult to grasp at that moment. Suddenly, everything was focused on looking after the family and the press, working out what had happened, what needed to be done. There was no more time for the stage or for training courses. I was fully wrapped up in the death of a large part of my family and all the ramifications of that. Humour was still on the ground for me, and has remained so since the disaster, and it's been made worse by the whiplash. Concentration and memory have suffered. I have no time or energy left to develop my cabaret skills. Goodbye, new career. Keeping up with the international events, the frustrating stance of some of the parties, combined with my search for truth and justice, consume my tide and keep me from the good things in life. My grief for Peter's truncated life keeps welling up. The possibility of ever sitting together with Peter and think about our youth and our lives has gone. I miss that horribly. The same goes for our sister Monique. The attack on the aircraft has changed the whole path of my life and made it burdensome. On the other hand, along with enormous support from my girlfriend, I've also received a great deal of support and help from my children and helpfulness of friends. I'm also impressed by the commitment the government has shown to seeing justice win and to support the relatives. Now my conclusion. As I said, I am not an heir and I am not eligible for financial compensation under Ukrainian law. Well and good. The most important thing to my mind is thorough investigation of the facts, the security systems, the people who may be guilty, that justice be done, that coalitions be formed, so that the lessons learnt from this can be disseminated and truly learnt. I'm following this case, this trial, very attentively, of course, and I'm convinced that it is being done as soundly and honourably as possible. Huge efforts are being made. I experience this as an example of the rule of law, and this applies to other situations in other countries. That gives me support and it helps me. I can live with that. Thank you. Thank you for your statement, Mr. Essers. I'll give you the statement with a request to add it to the file. Thank you.
Ja, dan zijn we klaar. We zullen de stukken inderdaad in het dossier voegen. En dank u nogmaals. En ik...
We'll of course add that statement to the file. I'd like to thank you again and I wish you the best.
Zo verder met de volgende spreker.
We should now turn to the next speaker.
Goedemiddag. Neemt u plaats.
Good afternoon, please be seated.
Ja, dan heet ik ook u bijzonder welkom hier in de rechtbank in de zittingszaal.
To the courtroom.
Je gaat zo meteen gebruik maken van uw recht om in deze strafzaak te spreken.
You are going to address the court, as is your right.
U heeft door de ramp dierbaren verloren.
You have lost a number of loved
Wat
ones
advies voor u betekent, wat de gevolgen zijn
in the
geweest.
disaster, and you're going to tell us what the impact of that has been for you and your family. And you may also give your views on the criminal case. Now please take your time to address the court. If you find it difficult at any point in time, take a moment. We won't be putting any questions to you, we will simply listen. You may address the court seated or standing.
Meneer de voorzitter, geachte leden van de rechtbank, geachte officieren van justitie.
Your honors, members of the court, prosecutors, I'd like to introduce Robert van Heiningen, who is present here today with his partner. Mr. van Heiningen lost his brother, Erik van Heiningen, his sister-in-law, Tina van Heiningen-Mastenbroek, and their 17-year-old son, Zeger. Mr. van Heiningen will also be speaking on behalf of his brother, Ronald van Heiningen.
Gaat u gaan.
Dank u wel.
Thank you.
Ik start met een stukje wat ik citeer.
I'm going to start off with
het rapport Eerste Bevindingen.
Quotation from the first
Malaysia Airlines.
Report of findings
2014.
regarding the Malaysia Airlines crash. This dates from 2014.
Het gaat over de communicatie met de luchtverkeersleiding.
It's talking about communication with the air traffic control. At the time of the crash, MH17 was under the control of the Yender Dropospov air traffic control. Shortly after 13.20 hours, the aircraft disappeared from the radar of Ukraine and the Russian Federation. The last radio message from the crew was at 13.19 and a few seconds, and ended a few seconds later.
The
following radio message from the air traffic control to flight MH17 started at 13:20 and ended 5 or 15 seconds later. The crew did not respond to that message, nor did they respond to the following messages. At no point in time was an emergency message received by air traffic control from the aircraft.
Mijn slachtofferverklaring.
And now I turn to my victim impact statement. And I've actually entitled it Clay Pigeon Shoot.
Moordenaars.
Your Honours.
Kopte de zaterdageditie
Murderers.
van de krant van Wakker Nederland.
That was the headline on the Saturday issue of the Wakker Nederland newspaper on the morning of the 19th of July 2014, following the downing of the Malaysia Airlines flight MH17 on Monday afternoon, on the 17th of July 2014, as it passed through Ukrainian airspace, costing 298 people their lives, including my brother, my nephew, and my sister-in-law. On the front page, there was a big photograph that looked like something straight out of a Cold War-era James Bond film. Shifty-looking military guards, weapons at the ready, surrounding their leader, a small man in a fashionable suit, making a telephone call intently, a callous look in his eye. Under that one, there was a photo of a separatist with a cuddly toy in his hand. Murderers. The text and the photo spoke to my feelings of helplessness, injustice, and profound sorrow. I too shouted out, murderers, and I wrote on the newspaper, Erik, Tina, and Zeger, murdered on 17th of July 2014 in Ukraine. I wanted to
Inmiddels zijn we
take
ruim
off
7 jaar
and
verder
go there
en noteer ik de
myself.
datum van 6 september 2021.
It is now more than
Dag van
7
vandaag.
years later, and I note down the
De dag
date
waarop
of
ik mijn
6th of September 2021.
als lid
That
van
is
de
today's
rechtbank in
date,
persoon
the
kenbaar
date on
maken.
which I will exercise my right to deliver my victim impact statement in
De
person
dag
to the court.
waarop wij inmiddels veel meer
Today,
weten over
we know
achtergrond,
far more
toedracht,
about the background,
daders en
the
verdachten.
events, the perpetrators and
Maar ook de
accused.
dag waarop de geslagen wonden
However,
nog
the
nauwelijks
wounds
zijn
inflicted have
En
still
het
barely
grafische
healed,
strafproces
and in
weer
fact,
worden opengericht.
as this criminal trial proceeds, are being inflamed anew.
De dag van het blijvend bewustzijn aan de gruwelijke
Today, as
aanslag.
always, we are mindful of the
De
horrific
dag van
attack
het nooit
perpetrated.
verwerkte verdriet en van
We
het
are
nooit
still
verwerkte
grieving
onrecht.
and
Aangedaan
mindful that the
aan
injustice
Erik,
done to
Tina,
Eric,
Zeger,
Tina, and
alle
Zeger,
295
and the
andere
295 other
allen
victims,
inzittenden van de doemvlucht.
that is to say, all
MH17.
occupants of the fateful MH17 flight,
Maar voor
can
eerst
never
wil ik u als
be
rechtbank danken
amended.
voor de uiterste zorgvuldigheid.
However, before I
Uw
begin, I would like to
betracht in
thank
dit
the
proces
court
en de plaats
for
die u
its
inruimt voor de
meticulous
nabestaanden.
handling of this trial and for the
Ook
time
alle
and
waardering
attention it has accorded
voor
to
de
the
leden van het
relatives.
OM, die met respect
I would
voor
also like to
slachtoffers
express my
en
appreciation to the
nabestaanden
prosecution for the respect it has shown to the victims and the relatives, and how it has rigorously reconstructed the downing of MH17 and presented, indeed,
onomstotelijke bewijs
an
was naar voren.
incontrovertible mass of evidence to this
Voor grote
court,
dank aan de Nederlandse overheid die
despite
ons
the extremely
als
difficult
nabestaanden
circumstances surrounding this case.
zorgvuldig en met alle
I would also like to
verplichtingen
thank the
steunt.
Dutch authorities who have supported the
Dank aan
relatives
de
with
advocaten
great
van
care
het rechtsbijstandsdienst
and understanding. And last but not least, I would like to thank the
MH17
Council,
in het
who
algemeen
represent the
en de
MH17
raadsleden van het
relatives in
luchtvaartteam
general
van Beer Advocaten
and
in
the
het
lawyers on the aviation team
Maar vooral
at the
ook
Bear Advocaten
waardering
law
van
firm
mij
in
en mijn
particular.
broer
I
voor de
also want to
ethisch
convey
respectvolle wijze
the appreciation that my
waarop de
brother and I
verdediging
feel for the ethical and respectful
verdachten
way in which counsel for the
om te gaan
defense
met
have
de
sought to
impact
deal
van
with
het
the
neerhalen
impact of the
van
downing
de
of the
MH17.
MH17 on the
De
relatives.
impact die het heeft op de
in this
nabestaanden
trial.
van dit proces. Alle waardering daarvoor.
I
Mijn broer en ik begrijpen
hereby
daarbij dat
express
het
my
taak van de
appreciation
advocaten van de verdachte is
from
om
their
zich volledig
or
in te
for their
zetten
approach.
in de
At the same
behartiging van de
time, we
belangen
understand
van
that the
de
counsel for
cliënt.
the defense must do their utmost to serve their clients' interests.
De toedracht van de aanslag op de MH17 is u als rechtbank
The
bekend.
court is familiar with the events surrounding the
Ik
downing of
spreek
that
mijn
flight.
slachtofferverklaring uit. Als
I'm
laatste
delivering
actie
this
voor wat ik
impact
voor mijn broer
statement as the last
levenskonstens
thing
kan doen.
that I can do for my
De
brother,
aandacht van uw
nephew,
rechtbank
and sister-in-law.
vragend
My intent is to draw your attention to the injustice done unto them and the consequences
de
suffered
door ons als
by
nabestaanden
us
overkomen
as
consequenties.
relatives.
Op de slachtoffer afgeleide
I
emotionele
won't,
schade
however, address
ga ik in
the
mijn
matter
slachtofferverklaring
of
slechts
the
beperken.
derivative emotional
Wie waren
damage and
Erik,
loss
Tina en
suffered by the relatives here.
Erik,
So,
Tina en Zeger,
who were
Jeroen
Eric,
van
Tina,
Rijzen,
and Zeger?
ziel van
Well,
cultuur.
they enjoyed
Als je
traveling
aan hen
and
vroeg
culture
hoe de vakantie was geweest,
greatly.
kwamen zij terug vol
When they
verhalen.
returned from their trips abroad,
Anekdotes
they were always
over
full
het
of
land en hun inwoners.
stories and anecdotes
waren
about the
ondernemers.
country they had visited and the people who lived
Putte
there.
inspiratie
They
uit de
were
ontmoeting met
adventurous
andere culturen.
and found exploring other
Met oog voor
countries,
historie en natuur.
their history and nature
Maar ook waren zij
inspirational.
behoedzaam
That said, they were also
als
cautious
de eigen veiligheid betreft.
when it came to their own safety.
Zij waren geordend in vrijheid,
They were
met respect.
circumspect in enjoying their freedom
Erik,
and
Tina en
respectful
Zeger
of
stonden
others.
vol in het leven.
Eric,
Erik
Tina,
had als
and
financieel
Zeger
expert een
were in the
topfunctie
prime of
bij
their
de
life.
ING-bank.
Eric was a financial
Tina
expert and had a high-level
en
position
Zeger
in the
veelbelovend
ING
VWO
bank.
studie.
Tina was a Dutch
gewelddadige
language teacher
dood
and
dan
Zeger
ook
a
een
very
schok
promising
voor familie,
pupil on track for university.
En voor de heel
Their
Hilversumse
violent
gemeenschap
death was a huge shock to the
waar
family,
zij woonden.
their wider circle of friends, and the community in Hilversum,
Aanslag op de MH17.
the town where they lived.
De vliegramp
It
met
turned out to be the
MH17
attack on
zal voor altijd
MH17.
in onze herinnering
The
gesloten blijven.
MH17 disaster is imprinted forever
In
on
onze
our minds,
persoonlijke herinnering.
in our
Mijn persoonlijke
individual memories,
maar
my
zeker ook in het collectief
personal memory,
geheugen
but also in the
vele
collective
inwoners
memory
van de betrokken landen
of the people,
in en
of
buiten Europa.
many of the people of the countries affected in
Australië
Europe,
in het bijzonder.
in Australia in
Het
particular,
afschieten van een
and elsewhere.
boekraket op een weerloze
Firing a
commerciële
Buk
airliner
missile at a
is
defenseless
geen daad van
commercial
militaire
airliner was no act of military
maar eerder
bravery,
een duistere stap naar beneden
but rather
op
a
de ladder van
shameful
menselijke
retrograde
waardigheid.
step on the ladder of human dignity.
Op het vliegtuig is bewust geschoten
The
met een
Buk
boekraket.
missile was fired on purpose at
Of het daarbij de
MH17.
bedoeling is geweest om
Whether the
specifiek
intention was to
MH17
hit
te raken,
MH17 specifically
doet minder te zaken.
is not particularly relevant.
Juridisch mijns inziens
As I understand
is
it,
er sprake
in the eyes
van
of Dutch
tenminste
law,
voorwaardelijke
this is a case of so-called
analoog
conditional
aan de
intent,
Nederlandse Hoornse taartarrest.
analogous to the Dutch
Of
Supreme Court judgment in the
analoog aan de
Horn
vergismoorden in
Tart
het criminele
case,
circuit,
or
waaronder die
the
op Jordi
liquidation
Latu Mahina
murders,
of de
such as
rechtszaal
that
in
of
Marengo
Jordi Latu Marina in the
door het
Marengo
laten afvuren
trial
of door
more
het
recently.
afvuren van de boekraket op een
By
ingesteld doel,
firing a Buk missile
waarschijnlijk
on
de
a locked-in
Boeing
target,
777
which was
van
probably the
Malaysia
Malaysia
Airlines,
Airlines Boeing
in de
777,
wetenschap
or by allowing
wetenschap
one to be fired,
dat het
knowing that the
een
target was or
burgerluchtvaartvliegtuig
could have been a commercial
of althans
aircraft,
had kunnen zijn, dan wel dat er zich in de directe
or
omgeving
that there were
van
or
het
could
target
have been several
meerdere
civilian
civiele
airliners flying in the vicinity of the target, which could or
of
could
zich
have
hadden
been
bevinden,
hit,
of zich hadden kunnen bevinden, welke door het afvuren van de boekraket zouden
And
worden geraakt
knowing
of geraakt zouden kunnen
that a
worden,
Buk missile
als mede
could
in de
strike its
wetenschap
target
dat een boekraket
at
ruim
an
boven de
altitude
destijds voor de
considerably
burgerluchtvaart
higher
veilig
than
gewaande grens
11 kilometers,
van 10
which was the
kilometer
altitude
hoogte
above
haar
which
doelwit
civil
zou kunnen
aviation
raken
was considered safe at the time,
of vernietigen, hebben de
and or
verdachten
could
zich
destroy
willens en
it,
wetens
the
ingelaten
accused,
met de aanmerkelijke kans
all of whom were very
dat ze
experienced
met
and had
het
the
boekraket
elevated
een niet bedoeld doel
expertise,
zouden raken
willingly
of
and
kunnen
knowingly
raken.
took the considerable risk or allowed
Met het
others
neerhalen,
to take the
het
considerable
tragisch
risk
neerhalen
that they would
van de
or could
MH17
effect a successful
en
strike,
de dood
with the
van de
result that the
inzittenden
aircraft
ten
would be
gevolge.
downed and or the occupants killed as a result.
Degenen die de boekraket
Those who
afvuren,
fired the Buk
afvuren,
missile
hebben geweten of hebben kunnen
knew
weten
or
dat ze
could
op een
have
civiel
known
toestel
that they were
vlogen,
firing at a
in plaats van
civilian
op een militair.
rather than a military aircraft.
Civiele toestellen
The fact
immers
is
zijn op de
that
radar
civilian aircraft
als
are
zodanig
always
herkenbaar,
identifiable as such on a
dat ze middels
radar
een transmitter
because
zich
they
constant als
constantly
civiel
identify
toestel kenbaar
themselves
maken.
as such by means of a transmitter.
Militaire vliegtuigen doen dit logisch
Military aircraft, logically enough,
radar
do
signaleert
not
het.
do that. The radar signals
Het schieten met een dermate
their
zwaar
civilian
wapen als een
status.
boekraket,
I considering
door militaire
firing
deskundigen bestempeld
at
als
a
een asset,
defenseless
op een
civilian
kansloos,
airplane
een weerloos
with a weapon as
burgervliegtuig,
powerful as a Buk missile,
waarbij het vliegtuig
a top
als ware
asset,
een kleiduif uit de
and
lucht wordt
firing
geschoten,
such a weapon
beschouwd als een misdaad tegen de
like
mensheid.
shooting a clay
Strijd
pigeon out of the
met onder
sky.
meer artikel 2, lid
I
1
consider that
EVRM.
to be a crime against humanity pursuant to
Het
Article
resultaat van de
2,
aanslag
paragraph 1 of the European
is even
Convention
bekend
of Human
als
Rights.
weerzinwekkend.
The outcome of the Buk missile strike on that plane is as notorious as it is revolting. My brother Eric was catapulted from the aircraft
Zonder voeten
and found without
en
clothes
delen op de grond
or
aangetroffen.
feet in pieces on the
Wij hebben maar
ground.
liefst 8 of 9 delen teruggekregen.
We received
10
8
en 7,
or 9
hoogstwaarschijnlijk
parts
buiten
of his
bewustzijn
body.
na de ontploffing
It
maar
appears
niet
that Tina and Zeger
van de boekraket
were most
scheiden nog
probably
een aantal
unconscious
kilometers
following the
zijn
Buk missile
doorgekomen.
explosion, but
In
that is not
inmiddels
sure.
in 3 gebroken
They
toestellen.
flew on for several kilometers in the aircraft, which had already broken into 3 parts, and then exploded with the wreckage upon impact with the ground.
Na de aanslag.
I turn now to
De onzekerheid
what
dat
happened
er geen volledig
after the attack.
uitsluitsel gegeven kan worden,
The fact that it
Of
is
hetgeen
impossible to
bemanning
really
en
know
passagiers
what the crew and
al dan
passengers
niet
experienced
of later
and what
bewust,
pain
hebben
and fear
meegemaakt
they
tijdens de
suffered,
aanslag, in welke mate ze pijn of mogelijk ook doodsangst hebben
whether
ervaren,
they felt pain
blijft knagen
or
bij
feared for
mij,
their lives,
maar bij vele nabestaanden.
that is something which continues to
Ook
gnaw
al
away at
jaren
us,
na de ramp.
the relatives left behind, even
We
all
hebben
these years
het aan
after the disaster.
Tina en Zeger meerdere malen
We have had to
afstand
say our
moeten
goodbyes to
nemen,
Eric,
omdat er
Tina, and
telkens niet
Zeger
meer
several
verwachte
times over,
lichaamsresten
as
werden
further
gevonden.
pieces of the remains
Ik bespaar
were
me de details.
unexpectedly found over a period of time. I will spare you the details.
Het heeft, evenals de release van de geïdentificeerde lichamen
The
door de
release of the
Nederlandse
identified
overheid
bodies
aan
by
de
the Dutch
nabestaanden,
authorities to the relatives,
een onmetelijk grote psychische
and that
impact,
series of goodbyes
impact op ons
has
gehad.
had a considerable
En is
psychological
mede
impact
ook
on
van
us
nationale
and made for a long
oorzaak geweest
and difficult
van een
road
lange
for
tijd
us
van wanhoop
in coming to terms with the
onzekerheid
MH17
en moeilijke verwerking
disaster.
van de vlieg.
A long road
Ook
shrouded
nu
in
ervaar
uncertainty,
ik, maar ook mijn vrouw,
despair,
hiervan
and
de innige
disquiet.
gevolgen.
I and my wife still
Het langdurige
suffer the
proces
consequences
tot
of it
duiding van
today.
En het gebrek aan
The lengthy
medewerking
process
laat
of
staan
establishing what
empathie
happened and the
vanuit
lack
de
of
Russische
cooperation
Federatie,
from the Russian Federation,
waarin desinformatie
where disinformation and
en stagnatie van
and
onderzoek
stalling the
tot waarheidsvinding
inquiry
eerder doel dan
rather
intentie
than
tot samenwerking
cooperation
leiden,
seems to have been the
ons
objective.
emotioneel bijzonder zwaar
That
gevallen.
has all been particularly grueling emotionally for
De
us.
gevolgen van het neerhalen van de MH17 zijn ernstig.
The consequences of the downing of MH17 are grave and continue to have a psychological impact. Speaking for myself, the MH17 disaster is constantly present in my mind, sometimes to a lesser, sometimes to a greater degree, and my ability to concentrate is impaired as a result. My wife lost her job as a result of the MH17 disaster because her employer gave very little leeway for her grieving process and soon felt that she had been preoccupied by MH17 for too long. My son, who was 11 years old at the time, shut down completely. For 2 years he found it difficult to study at school and at the time had to change schools, dropping down from the classical grammar school he had been attending.
Maar tijd heelt wonden.
However, time heals wounds, and slowly but surely we have been recovering as a family, with MH17 remaining a painful scar. However, other consequences continue to be difficult to come to terms with, such as the total failure of the Russian Federation to admit any involvement or culpability. There's also the ambiguous role of Ukraine and the lengthy fact-finding process. The impact of the MH17 disaster on my father and on my brother and the members of their families is similar to my own experiences. But the downing of the airliner has also had a profound impact on the oft forgotten local community too, including the people who live in Grabovo district and environs. At the time, my wife and I wrote a letter to the mayor of Grabovo. Grabovo is one of the villages in the area where the bodies of the victims fell on people's land, in their houses, or on their streets. We conveyed our sympathy to the mayor and asked how the local people had been dealing with the memories of bodies plummeting like sandbags from the sky to the feet of adults and children. Images engraved forever in the memories of those who witnessed them. The crash site, a symbol of violence against defenseless innocents. The mayor was so kind as to write back. He shared the great compassion of the local people felt for us, and you can see a copy of that letter on the screen. He talked about how the people could never forget the explosion, the heat of the fire, and the lives stolen from the victims on board, and particularly the theft of the future of those children. But he also relayed their message of hope for normal, peaceful living wherever one might be in the world. And I quote him there. In summary, the Buk missile attack on MH17 cost the lives of 298 innocent victims, including Eric, Tina, and Zeger. It was a barbarian assault on humanity for which no redress can suffice. Since that fateful day, MH17 has been flying with us, the relatives. It will never leave us. The intrinsic effects on the psyche diminish overall, but they ebb and flow, forever present. I turn my attention now to those responsible. The accused, all military men, were acting in a military setting of a superpower, as far as I can ascertain. However, no country or nation has taken responsibility for their acts, and that makes the downing of MH17 all the more disheartening. The big question for us is whether this court will find, in due course, that it has been objectively and incontrovertibly proven that MH17 was shot down by a Buk missile, and can make a determination on the role, involvement and setting in which the accused operated with respect to the attack on MH17. It is our hope that the judgment will provide clarity to us
hopen wij als nabestaanden van Erik, Tina en Zeger,
as close family of Eric, Tina and Zeger,
daders en verantwoordelijkheid,
such that we can leave behind the cloud of uncertainty surrounding what happened, regarding who did what and who was responsible, in our hearts and in our minds.
De slachtoffers van de MH17 hadden geen weet of kans.
The MH17 victims were helpless and hopefully not even aware of what happened to them.
En bleken slechts een kleiduif in de handen van
And they
de
were
dader.
no more than clay pigeons in the eyes of the perpetrators.
Moreel en emotioneel kan ik de aanslag op de MH17
I cannot come to
nog
terms
steeds geen
with the
juiste
attack on
plaats geven.
MH17 in moral or emotional
Er steert de
terms.
vraag of
And the question
en zo ja,
remains
in welke mate
as to whether the
het
actions of
handelen van de
those
verantwoordelijken
responsible
mogelijk
may
juridisch
have
te
been justified in law, and if so,
Zo
to what
hopen wij
degree.
van de rechtbank antwoord te krijgen.
We are looking to the court to elucidate on what
mogelijke
possible legal
wat verdachten
basis
zich
the
hebben
accused
toegekend
felt
of toegeëigend
entitled
om als onderdeel
to
van de
violate
militaire strijd in
the
Oost-Oekraïne
life of
al dan
completely
niet namens de
arbitrary
Russische
private
Federatie en of de
citizens,
Volksrepubliek Donetsk.
people with no connection to the
op het
military
leven te
conflict
stemmen
and only on
van
board
volstrekt
flight
willekeurige
MH17 purely by chance,
Geen van allen betrokken
doing
bij het
so
militaire
as part
conflict.
of the military conflict in
En
eastern
allen
Ukraine,
bij toeval
whether on
aan boord
behalf of the
van de
Russian
MH17.
Federation and or the Donetsk People's
Tolerantie van
Republic
een
or
dergelijke
not.
handelen blijkt naar mijn
To my
mening
mind,
niet aanvaardbaar.
tolerating such actions is
Binnen een
unacceptable in
geciviliseerde
a
samenleving.
civilized world.
Tolerantie zou betekenen
Tolerating it
het
would
wegkijken
amount
van
to
angst.
turning a blind eye
het wegkijken
to an
van
attack
de aanslag op de wortels van de
on
beschaving.
the fundament of civilization.
Gepersonificeerd,
Here
via
embodied
metafoor, door het gericht afvuren van een
metaphorically
zwaar wapen.
in the
Een asset.
firing
in de
of a
vorm van
powerful
een
weapon,
boekraket
an
op een
acid,
burgervliegtuig
a
met
book
weerloze
missile
inzittenden.
on a
Burgers die
civilian
zich
aircraft
veilig mochten wanen.
carrying innocent people, private citizens
Anderzijds zou
entitled to
een
believe that they were
weltolereren
safe.
mogelijk de duiding verschaffen aan
On the
waarom een
contrary,
willekeurig vliegtuig
tolerating
mag worden
such
beschouwd
actions
als
would
een
be
kleiduif.
tantamount to saying that when military conflict
Onder het excuus
can,
van
that
een
when there is
militair
military
conflict
conflict,
comfortabel
it can be
gesloten
availed of as an excuse to shoot at any arbitrary
de
airplane
inzittenden vervolgens
and
veroordeeld
treat it as a clay pigeon, to be shot down with impunity,
tot niet meer dan identificeerbare
the options condemned to become
onder het oog van de
mere
wereld,
numbers
wiegend op het ritme
in the
van de
eyes
regensloze vlag,
of the world.
nog slechts rustend op de sterke schouders van
We
de
bear
dragers
them
van de kompas.
in our compassion.
Vergeven, maar niet vergeten. Mijn broer Erik,
One
waar hij nog in leven, zou de verdachten
could forgive but not
met
forget.
gelijke munt
If my brother Eric were still alive,
kan
in the event that the accused were found guilty, he would want revenge, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth.
mijn vrouw
He
en ik
would want the
daarentegen
perpetrators to
geloven
get their
in-
just
geloven in
deserts.
dialoog als betere oplossing.
My wife and I, however,
Vergeving
believe
en
in
herstel als
dialogue. We
schuldheffing.
believe it is a better solution. We believe in forgiveness and restoring balance, in reconciliation rather than payback, although that is
De
difficult
verdachten in
to
persoon
achieve.
vergeven wij. In geval zij schuldig onderworpen.
In the event that the perpetrators are found guilty, we forgive them for what they have done.
De aanslag niet
Time
gedaan.
cannot be turned back, the attack cannot be
De
undone.
strafrechtelijke vergelding brengt onze
A
geliefden
court
niet terug.
sentence will not bring our
Maar
loved
zal
ones
voor veel
back,
nabestaanden nochtans bijdragen
but
aan gevoel
it
van
would
genoegen.
provide some small feeling of amends to many of the relatives.
Is voor mij en
The
mijn
accused
vrouw
being
familiebelang.
sentenced has less
Mede
significance
in de
for me
wetenschap dat
and
het
my
lastig
wife
zal worden
personally,
om de eventueel
not
veroordeelden
not least because we know that it will be difficult to have any person convicted
ook feitelijk
actually
te laten
serve their sentence.
Maar dit betekent niet,
However, that doesn't mean that prosecution is not necessary.
zowel
It
vanuit het
is.
respect van het recht op onschendbaarheid,
It is
van het
necessary to uphold the principle of the non-violability of life and also to establish a historical record of the offences committed, a record that will stand as a standard for humanity in condemning such attacks.
leven, hoop voor zacht leven.
Hope salves
Het
peace.
objectief oordeel van uw rechtbank over het neerhalen van
An objective
de
judgment from this court on the downing of
van de
MH17
duiding van de verantwoordelijkheid van
will
de
help us
procurator
greatly in determining whether the accused bore any responsibility and in determining the role and possible responsibility of the parties involved in the MH17 disaster, including but not limited to those of the accused, the Russian Federation, and the People's Republic of Donetsk.
over de Greenpeace Arctic Sunrise.
The award of the Permanent Court of Arbitration in The Hague in the Arctic Sunrise case in 2015
en het daaruit
and the resulting
voortkomende
settlement between the Netherlands and the Russian Federation in 2019 demonstrates that common sense can triumph where there is constructive dialogue and mutual respect. Recognition of this court's judgment by the relevant parties, including, but not only, by the Russian Federation, could be an important step in that direction. I hope one day to be able to leave the MH17 calamity behind me, in the knowledge that justice has been done for the victims. Then only sorrow would remain, sorrow ultimately dissipating in the pain of eternal memory. Thank you.
En ik dank ook u voor uw
We also thank you
dat u dat met ons heeft willen delen.
For your statement and for sharing it with us.
Dank u wel.
You're welcome.
Ik ga de schriftelijke verklaring aan de rechtbank geven met het verzoek die aan het dossier.
Your Honor, I'm going to provide this text to the court with the request that it be added to the case file.
Dank u wel.
Thank you.
We gaan nu de zitting onderbreken. Ik heb vanochtend bij de inleiding al gezegd
We should now take a short recess.
benade dagen zullen zijn.
As I said, today
voor iedereen
is a day of emotion for everybody who is taking part in these proceedings and who is listening to us.
verhaal die we hebben gehoord ook hebben gemerkt en wat we ook zien.
And we feel that too in what we have heard and what we have seen. We wish you all the best for your future. And our thoughts are with you. We shall now have a short recess until 10 to 2.
u wordt hervat.
The hearing is resumed.
En voor de volgende spreker.
And for the next speaker, Mr. Langstraat will be speaking.
Niet aanwezig.
And your client is not with us? No, not joining us. Okay, then I give you the floor.
Meneer de voorzitter, leden van de rechtbank.
President, members of the court, prosecution. In a moment, I will be reading you the fairly short statement by Jaap van Keulen. Jaap van Keulen is the father of Robert van Keulen and the grandfather of Arad and Jeroen, and they lost their lives in the disaster. I'd now like to show you a picture. You can see a number of faces have been blanked out for privacy reasons, but on this picture, well, there's a story with it. This picture was found was taken shortly by another victim shortly before the plane took off. It was found at the disaster site. And speaking on behalf also of my client and Jenny van Keulen, Jaap van Keulen's wife, my client wishes to show this picture because it sort of symbolizes the gulf between happiness, youngsters, not a care in the world at this moment, and the disaster that took place shortly afterwards. And as you know, President, a picture is sometimes worth 1,000 words. I will now read the statement. Honourable members of the court, prosecution, ladies and gentlemen, on the 17th of July 2014, the MH17 disaster suddenly occurred as a sudden and gruesome amputation in our family, without anaesthetic. Our son and our daughter-in-law, Caroline, and our two lovely grandchildren were suddenly torn from our family. It felt like an earthquake in our whole being, off the Richter scale. Big aftershocks followed. For the 19 months, as we received 16 identification reports. That means that the police 16 times tells you that your son, your daughter-in-law, and your two grandsons have been killed in the disaster because remnants of their bodies have been found. A total of 220 body parts were found. We still don't know where the rest of their bodies is located. The bodies of Rob, our son, who had been nominated to become vice president of ISML, of Caroline van Doorn, our daughter-in-law, who was an assistant anaesthetist, Allard, 16, and Jeroen, 15, doing so well at school. They loved coming to stay with us. We felt nothing but chaos, rubble, ruins, a disbelief. This couldn't have happened. But we had to come down to earth, just like an aeroplane, after its flight, comes back down to earth. Well, ironic, but that's what it felt like. Sometimes there was a sort of starting again, trying to run away from this reality. It couldn't be true. In the end, it sank in for good, and we faced the indescribable, hideous reality that our son, daughter-in-law and grandchildren had been brutally shot down and murdered on the way to a holiday in Borneo. We are physically and emotionally in pieces. In recent years, we have had to cope with dozens of inhuman situations because of the situation. And a year after the disaster, we had a burial of four coffins with 24 bearers. And that wasn't the end of the story, because 7 months later, in February 2016, the wound was reopened when we had to bury another body part of Rob. How are we supposed to go on with our lives? More than 7 years later, we're still confronted again and again with the murder of those we love. It is impossible for us to express our experiences of the MH17 disaster ourselves, and therefore we have charged our attorney with doing it for us. Thank you for listening. Thank you. That was a statement on behalf of Mr. van Keulen, and thank you for your statement and the picture that you showed. We now move on. Oh, you will give us the document in writing? Yes, I will give you the statement by Jaap van Keulen and Jenny van Keulen to you and the prosecution with the request that this be added to the file.
Dank u wel.
You.
Thank you.
Dan komen we nu bij de volgende spreker.
So this is the next speaker, Mr. Lange, and you will collect the gentleman. Thank you.
Goedemiddag. Neemt u plaats.
Good afternoon to you. Please take your seats. Good afternoon
Welkom
to you. Welcome
in de zittingszaal.
in this room.
U gaat zometeen gebruik maken van
You will
uw recht om hier
exercise your right to
te
speak
spreken
to the court
in de strafzaak
just now
MH17.
in the proceedings
Die heeft door de ramp
MH17
dierbaren verloren.
due to the disaster you've
En,
lost loved
Ik
ones.
ga vertellen wat dat
And you
verlies
will
voor
tell
u
us what the loss
betekent.
means to you,
Welke gevolgen dat heeft gehad
what
en welke
consequences
gevolgen
it
dat nog
had,
steeds
and what consequences it still has for
heeft.
you.
En verder mag u ook vertellen wat u van
And
deze
you can also
strafzaak
tell
vindt.
us what your opinion about these proceedings
Neemt u
is.
rustig de tijd om uw verhaal te
Please
doen.
take your time to address
De
us.
rechtbank begrijpt dat dat
We understand that it can be difficult.
de tijd.
Please take your
We gaan
time.
geen vragen aan u
We
stellen.
will
maar
not
gaan
ask you any
vooral naar u
questions.
luisteren.
We will mainly listen to you.
Ik geef eerst het woord aan uw
I would now like to give the
raadsman
floor
die
to
u
your
zal
counsel, who will introduce you.
Geachte voorzitter,
Thank
leden van
you,
de rechtbank, officier van justitie.
Your Honours.
Naast mij zit Peter van der Meer.
Public prosecutor next to me is Peter van der Meer
Ouders.
and his partner and his
Peter van der Meer,
parents. And Peter van der Meer
jonge dochtertjes,
lost his three
Sophie,
young
Fleur en
daughters,
Bente.
Sophie, Fleur and Bente.
Daar gaan we vandaag over hebben.
And that is what he will tell us about today.
Gaat u gang.
Please go ahead.
Geachte leden van de rechtbank, officier
Your
van justitie.
Honours, public prosecutors.
Mijn dochters Sophie, Fleur en Bente
My daughters
zijn op
Sophie,
17 juli
Fleur and
2014
Bente
bij de vliegramp in de
died
Oekraïne omgekomen.
in the air crash in
Samen
Ukraine on the
met
17th of July 2014,
Ze
together
waren
with
toen
their
pas
mother.
7, 10 en 12 jaar.
They were only 7, 10
Bij
and
het
12
neerstorten
years
van een
old.
vliegtuig in Oekraïne
When the
stortte hun
aircraft
leven
crashed in the Ukraine, my life
Ik ben hier
collapsed.
vandaag met mijn ouders,
I'm here today, together with my
die 3
parents,
kleinkinderen zijn verloren,
who
en
lost
met
their
mijn
3
Flo's.
grandchildren, and my
Vandaag
friend
wil ik de leegte
Flo's.
beschrijven.
Today I want to
impact
describe
van
the
mijn verlies.
emptiness and the
Mijn
impact
verdriet
of my
dat
loss
alles
and
maar
my
groter
sorrow that is increasing all the time.
De stilte die steeds
The
stiller wordt,
silence that is becoming increasingly silent.
nooit minder wordt.
The
En elke dag
sorrow
meer
that
pijn.
never decreases and hurts more every
Mij
day.
is elke kans op nieuwe herinneringen met mijn dochters
Any chance to have new memories with my daughter
wat mij
has been
enigszins troost kan bieden,
taken
is
from me.
duidelijkheid
What
over
can
hoe en waarom
comfort
van
me
deze ramp.
is clarity about how and why
Daarom
this
wil ik
disaster
vandaag mijn
happened.
verhaal
That is
met u
why I want to share my story with you today.
Precies een jaar voor de ramp was ik
Exactly
gescheiden van
1
de
year
moeder van mijn
before I
dochters.
had divorced the mother of my
Toen
daughters.
raakte ik ze voor
At
de
the
helft
time
kwijt.
I lost them
Althans, zo
for
voelde ik.
half of the time. At least that's how I
Maar de andere
felt.
helft had ik ze gelukkig nog bij
But
me.
I did have them for the other half of my time.
Op 17 juli 2014
On the
verdwenen
17th
mijn
of July
dochters voorgoed uit mijn
2014,
leven.
my daughters disappeared from
Uit
my
mijn
life
leven
for good.
gerukt, zonder
Torn
afscheid,
from my life without
Zonder
any goodbye, without hugs,
zonder waarschuwing.
without warning.
Pats, boem, weg.
Simply gone forever.
Ik reed die bewuste 17 juli naar
That
huis van mijn werk.
17th of July, I
Onderweg
drove
zag ik
home
een
from
bericht
my
binnenkomen.
work. When I was on my
Mijn
way,
hart stond
I
stil.
noticed the message come in and my heart
Ik heb
stopped.
geschreeuwd,
I screamed, I yelled.
wanhopig.
I was totally desperate.
Ik ben daarna meteen naar Schiphol gegaan.
Immediately afterwards, I drove to
Daar
Schiphol.
trof ik aan wat ik niet wilde
And I
aantreffen.
found there what I didn't want to find.
Hulpverleners, de wanhopige
Aid workers
net
and
zoals
desperate people who lost their relatives just like me. All crew members and passengers had died, so also my daughters. My 3 special daughters, lovely ones with which I used to do nice things that would make me happy every time. With whom I laughed, I hugged, I played, I hockeyed, I chatted, I played football, I skied with them, I made pigtails for them, I coached them, I waved them goodbye, I carried them, I hugged them, I held them against me, I comforted them, I encouraged them, I learned them how to sail, and they surprised me every time. In one fell swoop I lost everything, my life and my future. Everything was at a standstill. The days and week afterwards, I opened my house. I didn't want to be locked up, but I wanted to share my grief. On a table, I had displayed photos and belongings of Sophie, Fleur, and Bente. My house became sort of a pilgrimage site. It was a deeply sad time, and all the time I was accompanied by someone. The members of my club watched me in turns, and Floos, my girlfriend, was always there. We had just started our relationship a month ago. What had she ended up in? There seemed to be no opportunity to have a crush. Everything was about mourning, grief, and despair. It's a wonder that we are still together. Slowly, all the neighbors, friends and relatives returned from holiday, because of course it was the holiday season, with their children, the friends of my Sophie, Fleur and Bente. After the holiday, everything should have restarted, but nothing was ordinary anymore, to no one. I'm an optimist. I enjoy life. I'm always up to something, I love people, I have a positive attitude to life, I always have, and I still try to. But I can tell you that it's quite difficult to still be cheerful and positive when you lose 3 daughters at once. And what hurts most is that I still don't know what happened exactly and why it happened. Which is why I use my right to address the court today, because I want justice. Because I want that my daughters will never be forgotten and that they will continue to live on. Let me return to the facts. The week after the disaster was horrible. The crash site itself was a big chaos, and there were many questions. I was frightened. I was desperate. Could my daughters ever return? Why was nobody allowed to go there? Why did it take so long? They had to be removed from the heat. It was so warm there. It was hell for me. I even was on the verge of traveling there. On the 23rd of July, the first plane with bodies arrived at Eindhoven Airport, 6 days after the catastrophe had unfolded. With friends and family, we watched from home how they arrived. It was very sad and very painful. At the same time, I felt good because those victims were treated so respectfully and they were carried so respectfully. And all of the people along the route, you could hear a pin drop as we watched. And together we felt the tremendous pain and sorrow. Afterwards, I watched every arrival very carefully on the TV because I wanted to witness how my daughters returned. On the flights of the Thursday the 24th and 25th of July, the Friday, they actually arrived. By then, it was 8 August, 3 weeks after the crash. A large number of victims had already been identified, and I felt increasingly desperate and helpless. What if Sophie, Fleur and Bente would not be found? And what would be left from them after falling down 10 kilometers? I became increasingly impatient, but I had to hang on. Eventually, there was a call from one of the liaison officers that they wanted to visit me. Is it a glimmer of hope, or was it false hope?
Ineens belden ze aan met het verlossende woord.
All of a sudden they rang the doorbell
Sophie was
with
geïdentificeerd.
their information. Sophie had been identified. She had returned. How lucky we are. I was somewhat happy.
Waarmee eigenlijk?
But happy about what?
Het was echt het hoogst haalbare.
This was really the best you could hope
Dit was echt
for.
het hoogst haalbare. Mijn meisjes terug.
My girls back so that I could really
zou kunnen nemen.
say farewell to them.
Floos had 4 hartjes gekocht.
Floos had bought 4 hearts. 3 small ones for Sophie, Fleur and Bente, and 1 big one for their mother. That very day we hoisted the flag and we attached 1 heart, hoping that we could attach the other 2 very quickly. And we even celebrated somewhat, against our better judgment. Of course, there was nothing to celebrate, and still it was a peaceful moment because Sophie had returned home. The days afterwards were really nerve-wracking, and they lasted like an hour, like a year. Could they indeed find Fleur and Bente? We wanted to have all 3 of them, to bury them. Everybody really supported me, and I went through hell once again. 5 days later we had another telephone call, and once again the liaison officers visited us. Fleur and Bente had both been identified, and their mother too. My heart skipped a beat. Peace, at least for a brief while. 4 hearts attached to the flag. My daughter's back, all 3 of them. This was the best we could hope for. That's how I felt. Some ray of hope in a very dark time. Now that they had been identified, we could see them. I was allowed to see my daughters. However ghastly it was, I couldn't wait for that. On the 20th of August they expected us in Hilversum. We were 6, but only my mother and myself would see the girls together. Along the way I had googled some images of bodies that were burned, and because I did want to be somewhat prepared to what I would find. It was bizarre but true. A specialist of the national team for forensic investigation came to us and explained what we could expect from bodies that had been dead for 5 weeks. 3 coffins were wheeled in, and out behind the curtain I could see my girls together with my mother, one by one. First we opened the coffin of Bente, the youngest one. She was most intact, because, as my mother said, she had fluttered down like a butterfly. I was happy to see her, my sweetest little younger daughter. That was not what my mother saw. I only saw Bente. Next, Fleur. She was a bit swollen, but you could recognize her very clearly. I noticed the mole that I knew on her leg. Fleur had returned too, so we closed the coffin. Finally, Sophie. They had said that part of the back of her head had been blown away, but they had positioned her such that I didn't notice that. I was so lucky. She still had her plate and her braces. Some maggots went from her leg, but the only thing I noticed was Sophie. The last coffin was closed and we took them to the cars. I was briefly so relieved. My daughters had returned, all 3 of them, and I had been allowed to see them with my own eyes. My mother had a quite different experience. She was mainly upset because she saw her damaged dead grandchildren. Now we could focus on the funeral. Together with the undertaker we chose a date, and it was the 25th of August 2014, exactly 14 years after I had been married on the 25th of August 2000. It seemed full circle. It was a beautiful, memorable service and a touching funeral. All the classmates, friends of Sophie, Fleur and Bente were there, and we had chosen an appropriate song for all of the 3 children. During the service I even danced together with the classmates. The church was filled to the brim and charged with sorrow. Next, the 3 coffins that were decorated with clothes and their hockey sticks went on a flat wagon drawn by Frisian horses, and that's how we walked in a big procession to the cemetery, which took an hour. The children behind the wagon pushed it along, as it were. It was a memorable farewell that we tried to make as light-hearted and beautiful as we could for their friends, and we succeeded. A friend of Bente asked his parents later whether all funerals would be such fun. After the funeral, the house was much quieter and fewer people visited. The bereavement was very tangible and very visible. The awareness that they were never to return started to sink in slowly. Around me, people continued their own lives. Schools restarted, and I noticed children riding their bikes in the morning together with their fathers or mothers. And I would never do that. The hockey club, where my daughters used to play, started its new season. I missed out on the Saturdays at the club, training sessions, cheering the girls on, some talking on the sideline of the pitch, and sometimes their disappointment when they had lost. I could go there, but what did I have to do there? All the good things that I enjoyed. I missed out on all the good things that I used to do together with and for my daughters, together with my best friend and neighbor. I had been the parent spokesperson of Fleur's class. I trained their hockey team and gave them practice sessions. I was there in their school trips. I coached their school football team. Nothing was too much effort for my daughters, and I enjoyed doing it. After the crash, everything changed. Everybody greeted me in the street. I was a well-known personality around the village, and I noticed that people didn't see me as Peter anymore, but as the father of 3 daughters that had died. When I shopped for groceries, I used to talk for hours. Everybody wanted to know how I was, and I told my story time and time again. But I didn't think about myself. After some months, I was really worn out and exhausted. I just wanted to be the Peter that I had always been, relaxed and cheerful. And always up to do something nice. But I realized that it would never be like that again. On the 10th of October 2014, it was Sophie's first day of birth after she had died. Friends, family and friends visited, and we had cake on a pitch near to the grave. We celebrated her birthday because of course it wasn't an anniversary. Sophie stayed 12 years young on this day, and she still is, even 7 years later. As of now, we will only celebrate days of births. Bente's on the 21st of November and Fleur's on the 26th of February. And always friends, family and their friends, family and friends will visit me. I wonder every time that all of them will be there again. The dates of births are etched in their agendas. 5 December, St. Nicholas and Christmas will never be the same. There are always 3 empty seats and they will never be taken. And we really try hard to celebrate these holidays, but actually it's not possible. The youngest one, Bente, still believed in St. Nicholas. That's a secret that she took to the grave. Since last year, we stopped celebrating St. Nicholas holiday. It's a holiday for children, and I have no children anymore. For years, we would ski with my family in Austria, and Sophie, Fleur and Belte loved to ski, to ride a sledge, and to be with their cousins for 1 week. It was such a huge party, also for my parents, their grandfather and grandmother. We went there once to say goodbye to this good tradition. I no longer felt like it. And Father's Day, it's a hideous day, it has become so. Before the crash, I would always get nice gifts from my daughters and breakfast in bed and 3 big hugs and kisses. I think many people recognize that. The weeks before, you are overwhelmed with adverts about Father's Day, but I'm a father without children, a childless father. Father's Day has become one of the most horrible days of the years, and it has been so for 7 years, and for all the years to come. And then, of course, there's the 17th of July, the day of the crash. In 2015, we had our first memorial service. It was a meeting of relatives even before the monument in Vijfhuizen had been erected. A year later, we went to a camping farm with family and friends. We played in the woods. My daughters would have enjoyed it so much. It was an intensified weekend, and it was also a good weekend. There were laughter and tears. Years afterwards, we went to the monument in Vijfhuizen, and since Corona, we take a walk on this day, the walk that lasted an hour that we did during the funeral from the church to the grave. It's some type of memorial. It's a good time to see the people that were there at that time for me, and they still are there for me. I have to say once again, my life has stopped. I have no future with my daughters anymore. I just have memories of them. In 2014, they were 7, 10 and 12 years old. Today, they would be 14, 17 and 19 years old. Bente has been dead even longer than she lived. She would have been in secondary school for a few years already. Fleur would have graduated and Sophie would have been a student. In the past 7 years, there were no school camps, there were no musicals, there were no first year of secondary school, no sweet 16s, no graduations, no parent-teacher meetings. I didn't see them in puberty, I didn't watch them grow, I didn't see them shine, and I didn't see how they discovered the world. And every day, it is in my face. When I drive to work at 8:30 in the morning and see all those lovely schoolgirls on their bikes in the morning and smiling, it feels empty. It hurts. And I see many peers of Sophie and Fleur in a car. They are driving. They have their driving license. It may sound not very important, but I would have been so proud. I would have liked to sit next to them in the car. And I also wanted to share their puberty issues, to worry with them and to laugh with them. And letting go is quite difficult, as I see around me. If only I could let go. A few years ago, a good friend of mine had his 50th birthday. His children were friends of my daughters. Their children celebrated his birthday. I would have loved to have been there. All the memories that I wanted to make will no longer be made. I don't just miss my daughters. I miss extra color and luster to my life. I will not see them get married. I will not have grandchildren. They will not visit later on to visit their old father. How will I spend the rest of my life? I try to lead my life together with Flo's, and we manage, sort of. I love exercise, we visit people, but my sorrow will not decrease, it increases every day. And the gap they have left behind increases. The wound doesn't heal, it's open. I don't think it will ever close. I hope that these proceedings will make it clear what has happened. I want to know the truth. Was it intentional? Was it an error? Who are behind the death of 298 innocent people of my dear daughters? I hope that the perpetrators and those who know what has happened will feel an urgency to speak up after the story I have told you today, so that they can look in the mirror, so that they don't have to lie to their children or grandchildren and can tell them sincerely what they did on the 17th of July and why, so that they can live on without lies in their lives. Because if the truth is revealed, I may leave something behind me and may be able to move forward so that my life becomes bearable. It won't return my daughters to me.
Mijn verdriet zal niet minder worden.
My sorrow will not be
De
less.
stilte wordt groter.
The silence will
Altijd
increase
zijn.
and the bereavement will always be there. Thank you.
Dank u wel dat u
Thank you
uw verhaal heeft willen doen.
for sharing your story with us
En ons dat heeft laten zien en
And
gezien. Dat u
for
door
showing
degene
us
heeft meegebracht
and
wordt gesteund.
demonstrating that you are supported by the persons that came with you
Ik moet
to
ook
support
zeggen
you in
dat
your
soms
sorrow.
ook
And I have to say that sometimes
je het eigenlijk ook woorden tekortschieten om
there
te
aren't
reageren.
any words to respond.
Dat wilde ik als
That's
reactie zeggen.
what I wanted to say to you. I would like to submit this statement to the court.
Dank u wel.
Thank you.
Wij zullen dit stuk voegen in het dossier.
We will add this
Ik wil u
to
nogmaals
the
danken
file.
en,
I would like to thank you once
heel
again, and I hope
We gaan
you
de
will be
zitting
able to
nu
cope with this.
onderbreken
We will
tot
now
3 uur.
interrupt this
Dan
hearing
gaan we
up to
verder.
3 o'clock, and then we will continue.
plaats.
Please be seated.
De zitting wordt hervat.
Resuming the hearing.
En ja, we gaan door met de volgende spreker.
And we're going to continue with the next speaker.
Degene die u ondersteunen, welkom. Vanmiddag
Welcome
in de rechtszaal.
to you this afternoon
U gaat gebruik maken van het spreekrecht.
You're going to exercise your right to address the court.
De recht om te vertellen wat het verlies van dierbaren
And you're going
van de hand met MH17 voor u betekent.
Tell the court what the loss of your loved ones has meant and still means to you. You can also tell us how you feel about the criminal case. Once again, please take your time to tell us about it. It can be difficult, but you have time. We're not going to ask you any questions, but we are going to listen to you first. I shall give the floor to your counsel to introduce you. You can remain seated, you can also stand if you prefer. I prefer to sit. Fine.
Meneer de voorzitter, geachte leden van de rechtbank, officieren van justitie.
Members of the court, President of the court, public prosecutors,
I
would like to draw your attention to Mr. Martijn Martens. Mr. Martens lost 6 relatives, his sister, Elisabeth Nicolien Martens, his brother-in-law, Jeroen Bals, his nephew Brett, age 17, his nieces, Jente Sarah, 15 years old, Amel Naira, 12 years old, and Solen Tessa, 9 years old. Martijn Martens is speaking on his own behalf, but also on behalf of his parents. Present here today, Peter and Geke Martens, and his wife, who's following the live stream from home, and is also supported by a colleague.
Ik spreek hoofdzakelijk namens mezelf.
I will mainly be speaking on behalf of
namens
myself,
mijn echtgenoot en mijn
but
ouders.
also on behalf of my wife and my
Bij
parents.
de MH17-ramp zijn omgekomen
We lost
mijn zwager Jeroen,
my brother-in-law, Jeroen, my sister Nicole, my nieces Jente, Amel, Solen, and my nephew Brett in the MH17 tragedy. And as a consequence, I ended up in a world of grief, frustration, disbelief, and having to make very difficult decisions. Not only do you have to come to terms with your own grief, but you're also faced with the grief of your wife, my parents, children, other parents of children, people from the village, relatives. Disbelief in the country. How is it possible in this day and age that a civilian plane is downed? Why are the mortal remains still scattered in a field? Why aren't they repatriated? The first year after the tragedy was a tough emotional ride. My employer was very understanding, fortunately. And there were several memorial services. Memorial service organized by the village for the villagers made a deep impression on myself. The entire village was present and there was a long procession. Many difficult decisions needed to be made. And I really wanted to be present when each and every repatriation flight arrived, but physically and emotionally it wasn't feasible. I was present when a number of flights arrived, and every time I was surprised at the solemnity and professionalism of the ceremony carried out by the military servicemen. And every time the hearse drove by, I thought, are they in it? But later on, I was told by the victim's liaison officer that family members had been brought back in different flights. And then the identification process started. What will be returned to us? How will the remains be returned to us? Will there be complete bodies or parts? Who'd have thought that you'd feel reassured because a body of your loved ones has been identified? Decisions like cremation or burial, will they all be returned?
Door de media-aandacht is het moeilijk om de MH17 proberen
Due
los te
to media
laten.
attention, it's very difficult to let go of the MH17 disaster.
News
News reports are shown unexpectedly, and frequently you see images of burning debris in Ukraine. In Gilserijen, I visited the debris first and later the reconstruction, and I really hope to be able to attenuate those images of the burning plane. It's been partially helpful. I went to Schiphol twice to look at the camera images. They were incredibly impressive. The family had separated, and exactly right in front of the camera at the gate, I saw my sister waving at the rest of the family. It was incredibly impressive. But you do realize at the same time that all these other people that are walking towards the gate are no longer alive. The most difficult decision. Do I want to see the pictures of the bodies, of the remains, or not? Is that going to help you come to terms with things, or will it haunt you forever? From the very moment the MH17 crashed, I wanted to know what they felt. Had they suffered? After a couple of months, my questions were answered. Given the location of the seats in the plane where they were seated, they were aware of more than I had thought. Over the past few years, I've tried to support my parents as best as possible. An impossible thing to do, because our lives have changed so much. Last year, I did EMDR therapy in order to be able to better deal with the many impressions and images that the MH17 disaster have left in my mind. In MH17, people speak a lot about complex processing of grief, and I can confirm it's very complex. It's very difficult to come to terms to what happened because the MH17 topic is still very topical. I cannot describe in words what this has meant to me, and I would like to refer to the documentary that we made. A documentary was also made about the impact on the village.
Sinds het begin van de MH17 word je als nabestaande
right from the very beginning,
procedures en
as relatives,
de diversiteit in het
we're faced with many procedures and rules, and the law is so complex for a relative and often at odds with your sense of justice. In many rules and regulations, it has been decided that for me there is no loss, or that only the loss, my loss and my sister's loss counts, and not the loss of the entire family, which is completely at loss with reality. When the court case started, I was happy to see that there was much more information and that there were several witnesses, but the most important thing to me is the course of events. Why was MH17 shot down? And then, of course, there's justice. I had intended to follow the entire court case, every step of the way. I'm allowed to exercise my right to address the court, but in a different legal proceedings, I have no role whatsoever. And this is such an issue for me, too much of an issue for me to be able to follow the court case in every detail. I still hope that those people who are responsible and took the decision to down the MH17 will also decide to admit what they've done and to explain the course of events. I have no idea what kind of punishment we should give these people. There's one thing I do know, and that is that as a relative of a victim of MH17, what I experience day in, day out is something you don't wish on your worst enemy, not even on those who are responsible. I truly hope it'll never ever happen again, and I hope that by addressing the court I can contribute to that. Thank you.
Dank u wel.
Thank you.
Dank voor uw verhaal.
Thank you for sharing.
U geeft aan dat de verwerking heel moeilijk is.
You pointed out that it's very difficult to come to terms with this, and I hope that your parents can support and you can support your parents. Council is submitting the statement.
Dank u wel.
Thank you.
Ja, we zullen uw verklaring in het dossier voegen.
Yes, we'll include your statement in the file. So once again, thank you very much.
Uw ouders.
And all the best to you and your parents. Thank you.
Schijns.
Okay, goodbye. Miss Schijns.
Goedemiddag.
Good afternoon.
Neemt u plaats.
Please be seated.
Bent u welkom. Vanmiddag hier in de rechtszaal.
You're welcome. Here in the courtroom this afternoon, you are taking advantage of your opportunity to address the court in the MH17 case. You lost loved ones in the disaster, and you have now the opportunity to tell you what that loss has meant to you, what the consequences have been and are for you. And you can also share your feelings about this case with the court. Do take your time. It can be difficult, so take all the time you need. Now, we're not going to put any questions to you. We're simply going to listen. You may remain seated or you may stand. Now, Ms. Schijns is first going to introduce you. Your Honours, prosecutors, beside me, you see seated Fieke Meijer. She has brought her cousin and good friend with her. On the 17th of July 2014, she lost her only sister, and who was called Sasha, and Sasha's boyfriend, Tim Dieberg. Fieke will be speaking on her own behalf. The 17th of July 2014 was the first day of my summer holidays. I just returned home from work when I received a push message on my phone. Airplane from Amsterdam to Kuala Lumpur crashes. I immediately knew that Sas and Tim were on board that plane, and I descended into outright panic. I screamed, fell to the ground and screamed. I cried as I've never cried before. I was totally inconsolable. I immediately felt unimaginable pain. I knew straight away that my life was changed forever, although I could not yet imagine what the full consequences were to be. At that stage, there was no official confirmation yet, but I felt and knew that it was really happening. I switched the TV on and saw billowing black smoke and wreckage on the news, and heard the newsreaders say that there were no survivors. I rang my parents and had to tell them both by telephone that their daughter was in that airplane and so was no longer alive. That is one of the most difficult things that I've ever had to do, and I will never forget the way my parents reacted. The days that followed were bizarre and difficult to describe in words. Even now, 7 years later, waiting for news and seeing the horrible images and reports on TV. The fact that the bodies of all of the victims were strewn across that field of sunflowers and that no one could or no one was allowed to get to them was awful. A train full of body bags, images of what looked like a battlefield. No one could tell us anything. I felt desperate, powerless, numb, and above all incredibly sad. I couldn't sleep, I could only cry and felt as if my heart was genuinely broken, as if something in me had died. We found ourselves caught up in an unreal situation, for months on end, non-stop reporting in the media, and being solicited by journalists ourselves. Meetings with other relatives, family liaison officers, providing DNA, looking for photos of SAS that could help with the identification. In fact, there was little we could do other than wait for further news, and that made us feel totally powerless. When the bodies were finally transferred to the Netherlands, I hoped against hope that hers would be among them and that she would be identified and that we could give her a proper funeral. As it happened, SAS was identified relatively quickly, and I remember well when I heard that. It felt as if she had died all over again. This time it was absolutely final. We couldn't see her. Collecting a sealed coffin was a bizarre and awful thing to have to do. I would have dearly loved to see her again and hold her one last time. Instead of that, we were given a coffin, a lock of hair, and her necklace. Losing my only sister, my little sister who I always wanted to protect, was a loss that is difficult to put into words. No matter how terribly I miss her, there are simply no words to convey it. SAS was a lovely, pretty, smart, sensitive, bubbly and funny young woman who was in the prime of her life. She'd almost completed her degree course at the Amsterdam University and was ready to embark on the next stage of her life, ready for the future. She loved to travel, was always up for an adventure, was keen to explore new places in the world, and she had a big group of friends and spent a lot of time with them, as she did with her family. That was really important to her. She loved to cook and enjoyed dinners with lots of food and drink. She enjoyed theatre, dancing, and sometimes could really escape the world that way. She was really funny and witty. She enjoyed sarcasm and loved a good discussion. SAS had firm opinions on a lot of things and hated injustice. I miss our chats and our discussions, her jokes and dancing together. I miss the way she could hug you, the feeling that she was genuinely thrilled to see you. And I miss her fabulous smile. She really could beam at you. She wanted to live life to the full, and it is so unfair that she was ripped from this world in this way at the age of 24. The first year went by in a haze. I remember that it was suddenly spring. I hadn't even registered summer, autumn, and winter at all. I don't remember how I got through those months. I felt empty, exhausted, slept badly, and was desperately sad. The first few months consisted above all of waiting and of organising her funeral. After the funeral, I felt worse. Now what? How do I go on? A lot of practical things had to be done. Her room had to be emptied, her belongings had to be sorted out, bills had to be paid and subscriptions cancelled. Her death certificate was needed for lots of things, and each time you would see the date and place of death on it. It is so bizarre and makes you sad each time you have to do something like that. Some other examples, I had to go through a catalogue of items of clothing and belongings online to see if I could spot items belonging to SAS. I went to view the wreckage at the Gilserijen airbase. Twice we were informed by telephone that another part of SAS had been found. I drove to the crematorium both times with my father to collect a small box, an awful thing to have to do. I did all of this on autopilot. It is too enormous, too horrific, and too bizarre to fully comprehend what you're doing, and that is still the case now, 7 years later. I was not in a good place in the years that followed. I felt as if I was watching life from the sidelines rather than really living. I could no longer do my work, I couldn't sleep, I felt empty, exhausted, I became anxious. I was afraid that someone else would die. I would worry and panic if my friends didn't send a message to say that they had got home safely. I developed a fear of flying, something that I didn't have before. I worried about possible terrorist attacks. At one point, I barely dared to get on a train. I saw danger everywhere and would get heart palpitations. Basically, I lived in a state of shock for years. I was bereft at the loss of Sas and still am. Heartbroken that her life was abruptly terminated, although in fact it had not yet really begun. Heartbroken that she had got caught up in a conflict with which she had no connection. The unbelievable grief of my parents over the loss of their daughter is awful to behold. I've also seen firsthand how sad her friends are. They miss her so much. With Sas's death, part of my past is gone. Who can I reminisce with about my childhood now? All those memories are now mine alone. I've also been stripped of part of my future. I won't see her graduate, I won't be an auntie to her children, we won't take care of our dad together when he's old, and we can never celebrate or share anything together again. And those are the big events. Most of the missing her lies in the many, many little day-to-day things. I've sought help from various professionals over these years, including a coach, a psychologist, and a therapist. I've had EMDR treatments. We've dealt with my fears and complex grieving process. I still have professional support, and it is a tremendous help. Importantly, I have many, many great people in my life without whom I simply wouldn't have managed. The repercussions of MH17 are still present. I've slept badly since it happened, although I was always a good sleeper before. I've had a very difficult time at work and have had to push my limits constantly and go through difficult work rehabilitation programs to get back on track. I was going to do a course of study, but in the end couldn't do it. I now work part-time because I can no longer cope with full-time. Working part-time also has financial consequences, needless to say. And aside from that, I have had a lot of expenses over the years for the professional help I have sought and the lawyer who assisted me with respect to those difficult work rehabilitation programs. I've less energy than before MH17, and I have to be careful not to overdo things, to maintain boundaries, and I am now alert to keeping a healthy balance in my life. I'm now doing well. I've largely been able to come to terms with my loss. In fact, I can even say that I'm happy again, even though the loss of Sas is always present, sometimes in the foreground, sometimes in the background. A painful aspect of being involved in MH17 is that you have no control over when you will be confronted with it. There are often awful images in the news, even today. People still talk about it, even people looking for excitement. People are all preoccupied with Russia and Ukraine when they talk about MH17, but for me, all it means is Sas, my little sister, who I miss terribly, and I hope that somehow she's looking down on us. It's important that I make it clear that the downing of flight MH17 has caused incomprehensible pain to many, many people. In the media, what they're generally talking about is the trial and the conflict between Ukraine and Russia. But for me, what I miss always is my sister. And I miss her and I miss Tim, and I'm here today to speak in honor of their life and to express the unbelievable grief and emptiness that they have left behind.
Dank u wel voor uw verhaal.
Thank you. Thank you for having spoken to the court today.
Duidelijk verwoord.
You were very clear about what the impact has been for you and yours. Ms. Schijns, I turn to you. Yes, Your Honours, I'd like to present to you this victim impact statement in writing to be incorporated into the case file.
Dank u wel.
Thank you. Now, the statement which you have delivered in court today will be added to the record of this case. This brings us to the end of the hearing for today. I'd like to thank you very much for your contribution and wish you the best in the future. The court will now rise and will sit again tomorrow at 10 a.m.